Hi, welcome on the stream. And today was special, but I finally arrived in here. Yeah, let's continue with cutting out all those pieces. And I have some new stuff, like a new filament, because lately I ran out of filament during the last print, and I hope that this won't cause any problems. And I mean the way this is wound. I hope, but I am a bit doubtful about that. Anyway, I also have some new electronic components and stuff, but that can wait for some other day. Let's see in here. I think I wanted to make it a quarter of an inch longer. Maybe I should bring this higher and closer. Something like that. And more down. I don't know if that will be more visible. Probably. Okay, so in here, maybe also somewhere in the middle. To be honest, I don't think this will make that much of a difference. I could probably just adjust this on the depth of the calf. Okay, so this is one sleeve, and does it have any instructions? Not really. Only that it's supposed to be half an inch seam allowance. So let's cut this out. and the other one, and this will be the last one of the bigger pieces. Now trace the other side, or the other sleeve, I mean, not other side. Well, I guess other side of the body. Finally decided to join us. I had some problems. Some major problems, very major. So you know how I always drive cars that are of questionable technical state. So today I was going to the hospital, driving to the hospital to visit my grandmother, as always on Sundays. And I was looking at the dashboard, and I saw that the battery light is on again. I hope that that the car won't just have a shitty day. She's fine. I think that that in like 2 weeks maybe she should be released to home. She will go back to home because she's already walking and with this how you call this like frame for walking. You know, this kind of this frame, assistance frame. So yeah, and she is already able to walk, not very well, but it is a walker. Okay, that makes sense. So she is able to walk already, not very well, but it is a progress. It means that you know, the leg is in a much better state right now. But anyway, I was driving to the hospital and I was looking at the dashboard and I was like, oh, the battery light is on again. I hope that car won't just stop working somewhere in the middle of the road or under under the hospital or something, and it did. And then I'm calling my father. I'm saying that the car stopped working, steering support, I think, stopped working because it was suddenly really hard to steer and all, and just everything in general started working worse. And then I turned off. I drove on some parking lot, some small parking lot. And then turned off the engine, and it didn't want to turn on again. So yeah, I was talking with my father about that, and then he said that okay, he expected that this may happen, because I was already talking to him that you know, there is this light appearing again, the battery light on the dashboard. So yeah, he was saying that okay, I expected this. You have a backup battery somewhere in the trunk, or no, in the back seat, under the back seat. You have a backup battery, so just swap the battery and everything will work fine, and it didn't. There was an improvement, because with the original battery, when I tried to start the engine, it was just some clicking and that's it, and nobody else was happening. And when I swapped the battery, the car was at least making some attempt to turn on the engine. Like there was some spinning and stuff, but nothing else apart from that. So it still didn't have enough power to turn on the car. So I called my father again and said that his backup battery sucks and I still can't turn on the car. And he was like, "Oh, it still doesn't work." Okay, that I didn't expect. So I don't know, take a bus or something. So I took a bus, and it wasn't perfect because I only had to wait 5 minutes for a bus, so that wasn't so bad. But the bus, you know, the path of the bus was a bit suboptimal in terms of my kind of the path I wanted to follow. So it was basically making a loop around the entire city. So instead of taking like 10 minutes or 15 minutes, it took me pretty much an hour to get back home. So yeah, today wasn't very great. Not to mention I was already late when I was going to the hospital in the first place because I had stuff going on before that. So yeah, I arrived at the hospital late, and then I wanted to go back home to like hurry, go back home to come in here, start the stream, and it was even worse. It's a good thing that he doesn't limit his costs like you do. I have two phone numbers. Like I have a private phone number for family and close friends, and public phone number that I do block all of the incoming calls. So my father does actually have the private phone that I don't block. I only block the calls from stores or any kind of any kind of database type from any place that would store a phone in a database. Because when phone numbers are stored in a database, then there is a very high possibility that it's either stolen through some like hacker attack, or it is just sold because either like kind of more officially, the company itself makes some agreement and sells the customer data, or they just bribe like whoever is in charge of that data. So they just give some money directly to that person, and then that person gives them all of the data of the customers. So yeah, I limit, I block all of the incoming calls on the phone number that gets into those kind of databases. So the private phone number that I don't block, I only give that number to like actual people. And yeah, those like telemarketers and other kinds of people that are calling, that are making unwanted calls. They sometimes say that that it's just a randomly selected number It's like a randomly dialed number, and they don't have your number from any kind of database or anything like that. But somehow, like through some weird coincidence, only the phone that I block gets all of the calls like that on my private phone, that only my friends and family have. I never ever get phone calls like that. So I'm kind of suspicious of that random dialing. Położyłem te słuchawki, żeby to gotować. Kot zjadł ci słuchawki? No to widzę, że nie tylko ja mam kiepski dzień. Okay, now I can cut this out. Okay. They say now you shouldn't even talk because they will record your voice and use it to get other illegal info. But it's crazy. They will record your voice, and for me it's not really. It wouldn't make much of a difference because my voice is like publicly available online anyway. So that's not really, I guess, that much of a risk for me. Kind of. Or at least not an additional risk. But yeah, it is a concern with any kind of content creators that put a lot of their like voice, face, and so on online, because with all of that AI content generation and stuff, those AI models that are able to create either audio or video, there is a risk that someone can like train model like that on your voice from your videos, and then use that to make phone calls, to pretend to be you, and make phone calls with your bank, for example. Okej. A co to dzisiaj nie pykło? Dzisiaj nie pykło to, że jak jechałem do szpitala odwiedzić babcię, to widziałem na desce rozdzielczej w samochodzie, że mi się zapaliła kontrolka akumulatora. I tak sobie myślałem, że mam nadzieję, że mi samochód nie zgaśnie po prostu w trakcie drogi, albo gdzieś tam pod szpitalem czy coś. Nie przestanie po prostu działać, i przestał działać. I dzwonię do taty, że samochód przestał działać, że tam problem z akumulatorem i w ogóle, a tata mówi, że to przewidział, że spokojnie, mam zapasowy akumulator tam pod tylnym siedzeniem i mam po prostu zmienić i wszystko będzie dobrze. No i zmieniłem i nie było dobrze. A ten drugi akumulator też nie był zbyt dobry. Tak więc musiałem wracać autobusem, a autobus trasę miał taką, że robił tak właściwie kółko wokół całego miasta. Okay, so now I have all of the bigger pieces, both of the sleeves, and then front and back. And then I would like to overcast all of the edges because I have experience with that fabric, and the edges fray pretty easily. So I want to secure everything. So yeah, the situation with the car wasn't really perfect, was suboptimal, but it wasn't the worst situation that I experienced with the cars that my father tells me to drive. Like for example, couple years ago, I was driving on a highway in the snowstorm. With a single winter tire, and yeah, it wasn't very really great. I made a couple of spins on the highway. I have no idea how I didn't crash that car. It was a very emotional experience. And I guess I can update the task list. Oh, let's see. Here. Ostatnio zimę pamiętam, skręcam akurat na skrzyżowaniu i taki myślnik był, skręcałem powierzchnię była taka, że straciłem przyczepność. Ja nie wiem jakim cudem, naprawdę nie wiem jakim cudem się wtedy na autostradzie nie rozbiłem. Chyba tak z 3 kółka zrobiłem. Było ciemno, padał śnieg, a ja miałem jedno koło zimowe, jedną oponę zimową. Okay, and I'm doing it a bit stupidly. Okay. I flipped it, so now I can go the proper way. At least proper way for a right-handed person. And that doesn't work very well. Where's some wax? Now that's problematic. Now everything is completely tangled. Yeah, no reason. And this fabric is very, I would say, fragile. If I drag this thread too hard, then everything gets, all the fibers in here get pulled out. This is now too short. I'll just get rid of that one and get another piece. And that's probably not very visible. Like everything in here in general is not visible. So I will take all that. I have to rearrange everything, put the phone back up, use it as an overhead camera. Okay. Now this can go in here. Then I have to adjust this camera. I don't know if I should like cover my entire person in frame. If I do have overhead camera. Okay. Actually, maybe that's fine. A bit closer, maybe. And I am recording, right? Camera, filters, yeah, I am recording. And now let's try again. A bit closer. Looks like there is a knot. Okay, now there is a broken thread. Yeah, this is a very lucky day. Actually, the knot was on the other side, practically on the end. So that's actually fine. That looks like another problem. Huh? Okay, solved. And let's see. And remember how I was saying that I regret that I didn't set up the entire system with taking voice notes earlier? Maybe that's too close because I'm constantly going out of frame. Yeah, I regret not setting up the entire system with the voice notes earlier. Before or during the during making of the morning code, because it would be very useful to have like some like special points of the footage marked by voice notes. So now I do have the setup already set up. So maybe I should be doing that. Actually, I never actually used that, so I don't even remember what was the key binding I did. It was like space and Q. And what I want to actually say, I'm roughly overcasting all of the edges so that they wouldn't fray during the sewing. Okay, I think that's done. That was literally my first time doing that. And yeah, the next project, the remote controller, is mostly for that. So I would be able to do that with a dedicated device, not with just my keyboard, because on my keyboard I'm switching layers. So usually, well, I don't technically need two hands to do that, but it's kind of annoying without using two hands. And now I don't even have this on the correct layer. Okay, now it is on the correct layer. I would say that a keyboard like that is fine or even good if you are using keyboard properly, if you're writing properly with two hands and everything. But I quite often have a situation when where I don't actually use my keyboard properly, because I'm doing some kind of manual work, and then the keyboard sits on the side. So that's why having a dedicated remote controller with some quick, yeah, just quick tasks, shortcuts basically, would be useful. Actually, I could also make a shortcut in here for on the streaming layer to make a voice note. And of course, I'm not doing this. It does kind of feel like it's wasting a lot of time overcasting all the edges, but it is important. Like the first shirt I was making out of this fabric, I didn't overcast the edges and it was a pain. Like all of the edges are fraying. I'm pretty sure I had to actually cut off some material, especially at the end, at the bottom. So I will probably be doing that for the rest of the stream. How much time do I have? Maybe I will finish before, and then I could start attaching everything together, sewing everything together. This wax is really annoying. The thread always gets stuck inside. And now it broke. And yeah, this edge is already fraying quite a bit. Well, not completely, a lot. But I have to cut this off. Getting too much tension on the thread when overcasting is kind of frustrating. I wonder how long will the entire thing will take me. How, for how many days I will be sewing this shirt? Because I remember in the past it was taking me quite a long time, but I remember only that it took me a lot of days, and I don't exactly remember the hour count. So I don't know, maybe I was working like half an hour a day, and that's why it took me ages. Also, ad starts in 30 seconds. Okay, one more piece, one more thread, and the back. Is this the back? No, this is the front. The front will be finished, will be completely secured, all of the edges. It would be nice if actual finishing would just mean overcasting. Then I would finish the entire shirt in one day. In just a couple of hours. And let's continue in here. So let's say this shirt takes me like a week. Like the main body, main everything won't take me very long. But yeah, let's say 2 days. Let's say it would take me 2 days to like attach all of the bigger pieces together. But then it will probably take like 4 days to actually do all the details. Maybe this should actually go onto co-working category, because I kind of feel like just doing kind of a very repetitive thing in silence sometimes, often even, is more suitable to the co-working category. And makers and crafting would be more suitable for like more exciting stuff. Though I don't know, I'm not sure. Okay, then the scissors. So this half is done, the front half, and then this is the sleeve. This should be the back half. And it is a bit longer, so there will be a bit more overcasting. Okay, what is the actual frame in here? It's like from here. Oh, let's say from this mark up to here. I wanted to pull the other end, so that it wouldn't get detached. I wonder how knitting compares to sewing. Like when I attempt to knit the socks, would it be easier or harder than sewing? Like on one hand, with knitting, it's like distinct loops, so it's less room for error, or not really less room for error, less possibility of error, because you are like putting the needle into these distinct loops, and there is less of a chance of like making something crooked or something, or things like that. But also, I'm pretty sure there is like bigger need to to keep the correct tension and stuff like that. So I don't know how that will go. I did technically try knitting in the past, but it was a very distant past. It was like, I think, early elementary school. So I don't really remember much of that. I would say starting from zero, from scratch again. This should already be the turn. Yeah. Getting close to the turn. Not exactly the turn. I think tomorrow I will have to go do some groceries. And specifically buy carrot and an onion. Because I would like to make ragu, to cook ragu. I wonder if you can freeze ragu. I would have to check that. I would probably have to make like 2 batches, or like first 1 batch for freezing, and then these like after it would be frozen, then I could make a second batch, like fresh batch, and then compare them. Like one day I would eat. One day I would probably eat frozen one, and then day after that I would eat the fresh one. To see if there is, well, there will be probably some difference, but if this will be a very big difference, because like the order also could affect the sensation, the taste, and well, the taste, not really the texture. Could affect the taste because like I would be already kind of used to it. So I expect that the second day of eating ragu would be a bit worse. So to have a good comparison, I should probably leave the better one for the second day and see if it does in fact taste better, if it tastes noticeably better, or if it's just kind of the same. Like the meat shouldn't really have any problem with being frozen, but I'm not sure about the vegetables, because like for example ragu does contain celery stalk, and the celery stalk by itself, like a fresh one, if you put it into the freezer, it basically just disintegrates. It like after thawing or during thawing. Actually, no. It's probably like during freezing. It's completely falling apart. Okay, so it's not falling apart during freezing. It's getting damaged during freezing, and then falling apart during thawing. But yeah, it turns into kind of mush. So I don't know how that would how the cooked one would react to being frozen. If it would be similar, or maybe it wouldn't really have any big effect. Because it's already kind of broken down from the cooking process. Okay, and this is already fraying. So that's why I'm overcasting everything. And this fabric is really a pain. I'm pretty sure there is, coming soon, I'm pretty sure there is some specific term for this kind of fabric that in which the fibers can easily slide past each other, and also there is this property that it kind of shifts like that, easily shifts like that, because some kinds of fabric are stiff, pretty much like a piece of paper. And this one is not. The speed of this overcasting is not really linear, depending if the thread is tangling or not. I can go fairly fast, I wouldn't call it really fast, or I can go in a terribly slow speed, and painfully slow speed. overcasting the edges is always such a pain, but like I came to the conclusion that it's kind of necessary in some situation at least. Like in here with the specific fabric, it's kind of necessary because otherwise it's just frying during the sewing. And in like more permanent way on trousers, because trousers do not have any kind of lining or anything, so all of the seam allowance, all of the edges are just exposed. And sometimes some people, at least in the past, that now the people care more about this, but in the past it would be quite common to just leave them raw without anything, without any overcasting, without even pinking. So pinking, it's like cutting this kind of zigzag into the edge, usually with, well, I don't know if usually, often with pinking shears. But anyway, what was I saying? People in the past, tailors in the past, often would just leave the edges raw, and I can say from experience that they are not very durable. Like sooner or later, the edge is always falling apart. And then it gets too close to actual seam, and it creates a hole in the seam. Okay, I think this is enough for this part. Oh, I'm almost at the end. Nowadays, people often use overlocking machine to create basically a form of overcasting for things like trousers and other pieces of garment, or just pieces of sewn together pieces of fabric in general that don't have any lining and have just exposed edges in the seams. And this shirt, or shirts in general, are not supposed to have just exposed edges in the seams, because they are meant to be washed. This is a distinction you can find in a lot of books. Well, I don't actually know in a lot of books, but in books I read, there is a distinction between pieces of garment that are meant to be washed and that are not meant to be washed. So shirt is one of the garments that is meant to be washed, and for that reason they specify that you have to finish the seams, finish the edges in a way suitable to be washed. And there is no such mention with the trousers, because trousers were not meant to be washed. Trousers were usually made out of, well, at least for the trousers made out of tweed. They are made out of wool. Tweed is a type of wool fabric. So made out of wool, and because of that, they don't really need to be washed. At least to get them refreshed, because tweed contains lanolin, a type of oil that sheep produce on their skin, and it has antimicrobial properties. So with wool garments, wool in general, you can just put it away for a day or two on a clothes hanger, and it will just get refreshed by itself. And there is a knot in here, because of course it formed. Okay, now I can start with this one. This is the sleeve, one of the sleeves. And this broke. Let's start again. A little back. And this broke again. It's going terribly. It's so repetitive, it's kind of tiring. Like, it's different when I'm actually doing something substantial, I guess. Like actually making some proper stitches. But when I'm just securing the edge, it feels like a drag. feels like it's taking me ages, and it's been less than 2 hours. And I haven't been doing this even the entire time. I've been talking about making this remote, and it's like a remote for controlling the stream, and it's next item on my list, next project. But do I actually have a battery? I think I should. Somewhere, maybe. But I'm not sure if it will be a proper size. Like actual physical size. Like I'm pretty sure I have the kind of a larger battery. And this probably won't be really suitable. I wonder if the same store that sells Zigbee adapters would also sell batteries. It is possible, if this is more of a kind of generic electronics store. But if they specialize in like wireless communications and some kind of adapters and other stuff like that, then probably not. And also another thing with the remote control, with the remote controller, do I want to 3D print the case? Or maybe I want to make something more fancy with some wood and maybe even brass. Though I don't know if I would actually succeed at making it look nice. This is too short. Let's take another one. And this is falling apart even further. I think this is dropping, probably. I need to definitely make something more stable. then across, and will that be the last piece? I think so. Finally. And I just got a shot of this wax into my eye. At least it's not hot, like with flax during soldering. That was a great experience. Okay, cut this off. The spacing of that overcasting stitch is not at all consistent, both like side to side and also the depth. Sometimes I just feel like going wider. It is a bit faster. And sometimes for some reason I do this very densely. Okay, so this is also done, and then maybe I actually start sewing those sleeves. First of all, maybe I could mark the opening, the slit. So let's take that. And then I need something roughly square. Do I have something roughly square? Something like immediately available? It was this mark, I think. Yeah, those seem to align. And it also seems kind of straight. So then I need a ruler. And let's see, this reaches up to here. This pencil doesn't work that well, on that fabric at least. Okay, so this is fine. And this would be the inside. Yeah, so I'm supposed to attach this together like that. Attach this together like that, half an inch from the edge. Then trim 1/4 of an inch, half an inch. Yeah, half an inch. Then trim 1/4 of an inch from one side and then fold the other side over. I think my OBS has problems. Is there sound even? Okay, the UI of OBS is just completely broken. I don't know if there is sound. I guess I can check this in the command line. Oh, let's see, what is that? OBSH. I think input, get mute. Okay, it's not muted. And yeah, I assume there is sound because now I just can't see the sound. I don't know what happened to OBS. Like the camera preview or just the stream preview is working fine. Everything is moving around, but all the UI around it just froze. It's not reacting to anything. Looks like it's one of those situations when OBS just breaks, stops working, or crashes, and then it asks if it's allowed to not to work. Very well designed software. Okay, do I want to use sewing machine for that? I probably do. Oh, let's get the sewing machine. It's very dusty. Very, very, very dusty. It's good that I have this case. Offers some protection against all the dust. Then the key. Where do I have the key? Okay, oh, it's in here. I wanted to say that I'm a bit worried that I don't have a key. Okay, I don't have any spool in here. This I can keep. This one is without the hole. Where is the end? Also, let's see, overcast the edges, this is also done. this got disengaged. Ah, I think one more. And that should be enough. Okay, it was a bit protected. It's not terrible, but it is still just a bit dusty. And then half an inch. How much is half an inch? I should probably mark that. I usually mark that. Now where do I have a tape? So another donation from Eastside. Thank you. I probably should have some sort of like notification or just some text somewhere on stream or in the description. Maybe on the Be Right Back screen that stream is sponsored by Eastside. Okay, so this is half an inch. Just kind of a guide. And let's start sewing. But seriously, I can see on a lot of I don't know if Twitch streamers or streamers in general, but definitely with YouTubers, a lot of YouTubers have this kind of screens at the end, and some special thanks to this, and those people. Some supporters or on Patreon or some other services. And down. So one of them is done, or at least the first stitch is done, and it's not perfect. I should probably turn it this way. Yeah, it's pretty good. There is just this one imperfection, then this one like twist. So it's probably still just a bit too tight. I loosened it quarter of a turn. I don't know if that will help. And also, if this happens so infrequent, it's kind of hard to judge. But now the other side. And I have to be careful not to do the same sleeve twice. And this has to be symmetric. So this way, like that. And then this has to be on this side. always either measuring stuff with some random trash, random items laying around, or using random items as a square. Okay, then the ruler is somewhere. It's here. And this is that much. It would come up to here. Okay, so it should be like that. And just to be sure, double check. Yeah, this is mirrored image. So now I can pin this. On one end, on the other end. And from which side I should do the sewing? In here, and this would be symmetric, so I should be doing that from the other side in relation to this cutout. Okay, so that's correct. Oh, a new follower. Thank you for the follow. And that made the channel met the follower goal of 150 followers. I noticed in my peripheral vision that something is happening. Something is happening on the screen, and I look at it, and what's happening? What's that banner? Oh, I forgot about that. I was looking directly at the pin and I forgot to remove it. Looks like I'm not very good at it. At sewing, doing stuff in general. That's almost the end. And then I have to do the French seam, I think it's called, where you trim one edge and then fold the other edge over it. And that I will have to do by hand. I will absolutely have to do by hand, because there is no possibility of doing that with machine. Like, at least with this machine. Probably with some like specialized machine, it would be possible. It's definitely possible with a specialized machine, because like they do it in factories. But with this kind of machine, I have to do it by hand, because like going this way, it just wouldn't fit. Okay, so trimming this edge. Trim this side. I think this side. Yeah. I want to trim this. Trim in half. Side seam on the actual body, I will maybe do it by machine, possibly. Just because both it is actually possible, and also they are not really visible. At least they shouldn't be visible, because I'm wearing the waistcoat. Okay, so I trimmed this, and now I have to fold this edge and then fold everything to one side. And in that case, I can remove all of those overcasting stitches. They are not needed anymore. Okay, does it need any more trimming? Maybe a bit in here. Because I have to have enough fabric in here to hold this over. Maybe first I will use the pins. It is certainly easier on something that is not a tube, especially that narrow of a tube. Maybe I will actually start from the other side. beginning is always easy, and then the ends are always easy, and then the closer it gets to the middle, harder it gets. And if I'm doing this just from one side, one end, then the closer it gets to the other end, harder it gets. Or maybe in general, just deeper it goes, harder it gets. That sounds kind of ambiguous. Like there would be a double meaning or something. Okay, now this is not very flat, so I will replace those pins with just some basting stitch. That starts soon. And then I'm not sure if I want to use the same thread. I mean, it's not completely white. It's more of a creamy color. But this is something I already have in here, and white thread I would have to get off of the machine. Unless I have another spool somewhere in there. First of all, before I check, cut this off and pull out all those pins. Okay, so let's check. Do I have another spool? I mean, I do kind of have another spool, but there is not a lot of thread in here. The spool, the plastic part is already visible. Maybe I can take this needle, the shorter one. Okay, that should be enough, and let's get started with that. Couple of stitches in the beginning in here. Okay, and now I can actually start working on the seam. So I'm grabbing only a couple of fibers, couple of threads from the outer fabric. Couple of threads from the outer fabric, like 2 for example, and then going through this fold with this French seam, and that should result in the stitch and like no stitches being visible from the outside. At least not clearly visible. Because there are like small kind of dents visible on this side and here. But you have to look really closely to notice that. Maybe I need more wax. This is not ideal. Not ideal at all. Okay, in that case I have to start again. First of all, I have too many threads in here. I don't need that. And this one, now I can also cut off. It will be probably better to first press it. But I don't have the iron in here anymore. And now I remember that this part was always taking so long. Specifically making this kind of seam on the sleeves. On the main body, even if I'm doing this by hand, it goes a bit faster. But on the sleeves, I guess because of how inconvenient the all the position and just holding it is. Did that break? No, it didn't. Sounded kind of like it would break. Actually, now that I think about this a bit more, maybe this is not called the French seam. Oh, I have a couple of doubts. Now I think that maybe the French theme is the kind of theme that just sticks out. So you just sew right side to right side. No, left side to left side, and then right side to right side. So this is kind of similar to that, with the fact that it's also folded and stitched on both sides of the fold, but a bit differently, a little differently. Okay, looks like I made 2 knots here. Another knot. And I'm almost at half. That starts in 1 minute. I definitely want to finish both sleeves before the end of the stream. I have less than 1 hour left. It kind of bothers me that I can't see anything about the sounds. Okay, and that broke, of course. Oh, okay. In that case, let's start again from maybe here. Okay, a bit longer. That should be over. Yeah, it's bothering me a bit that the OBS UI, I think, crashed or something, or just froze. And I can see the preview of the video. I can see the picture, but I don't have any information about the sound. So I just assume it works. I completely understand why I was doing something like that. Making this kind of seam on the sleeves over a couple of days when I was making previous shirts. And supposedly, in the past, people were able to make the entire shirt by hand without any sort of machine in just a couple of hours. I have no idea what kind of seams they were doing. But I really doubt that this is the seam. But even with some the simplest possible kind of seam, it's still crazy. Okay, so this is the entire stitch done, entire seam. Now I can cut this off and pull out this basting stitch. Okay, that's done. And as you can't see, the stitch is not really visible. Like there are dents along the side, but those should be like kind of smoothened, kind of spread out after some washing and pressing. So there is no visible stitch line, and after a while it should be even less visible. Like those dents should be less visible. So yeah, that's one sleeve done, and then I can take care of the other one. And I have roughly half an hour. I definitely won't finish this in half an hour. But hopefully I will at least make some progress. And I'm definitely doing this the right side. Yeah, it's folding this way. Okay. And now I can fold this. So yeah, this again, the pain of folding this. Folding and pinning. Maybe at this point I could start from the other side. And now I can do a basting stitch. Now I'm 4 hours, 4 hours in with the stream, and it's starting to bother me that the OBS UI being completely frozen. Because of the microphone. I won't know if it's working or not. Well, I guess I can look down because it has those lights. It starts in 1 minute. This doesn't really look like it's long enough. Okay, I have 20 minutes. Less than 20 minutes. That's definitely not enough time. Yeah, I should do this from this side. Okay, that wasn't planned. Ah, always problems. What happened in here? It feels kind of like half of my sewing as trying to untangle the threads. Okay, where is the end? There is a lot of end in here. I don't want to cut this. Because I would lose a lot of thread. I think I'm back to the beginning. This is probably past the point where I should just give up and cut this off. Especially considering the fact that the thread is now kind of messed up. So yeah, cut this off in here. It's kind of amazing how easy it is for like strings of any kind, cables, wires, and ropes to just spontaneously create knots. And when you yourself try to make a knot, and sometimes it doesn't work. Maybe the best way to tie your shoes is to put them in a pocket. Okay, and that's the end of the stream. So I still have a lot more to go, so I won't finish this today. I will just leave it like that, and it will wait for tomorrow. So tomorrow I will do some more sewing. Continue the stitch and make more stitches, as it usually goes with sewing. So yeah, I will continue tomorrow, and see you tomorrow. Bye. Oh, I didn't get that ready.